Hello. Whoa, is that too loud? I think this is okay. Hello. Oops, what the heck? My thing froze. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Right off the bat, my screen capture froze. On the one screen that, well, I don't really care if that part shows, but is it broken? Hello? Let me try this again. Bum, 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 bum. Hello, Kai. Congrats on first. Yippee! Whoa, my voice just cracked. Here, in the meantime, let me put on some music. Congrats on graduating. or sorry you're leaving. Oh, don't worry, I'm not graduating. I just started. Um, but a couple of my siblings and one of my cousins is graduating from college, and my mom asked me to do some doodles for them. So that's what I'm trying to work on, except it seems that my iPad capture seems to be a bit funky, so we're gonna try to figure this out. But welcome in. Is that Baito? Baito Art? Welcome in. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not graduating. I've only been streaming like for 2 months ever, so yeah. Baito. Hi, welcome in. Let's see, it was working a second ago, and then now it's not. So I just have my privacy screen on just in case, so I don't accidentally show anything I don't mean to. But how is everyone doing? Happy Mother's Day to any mothers who are out there. And if you haven't told your mom happy birthday, huh? Happy Mother's Day yet, or any mother figures in your life, happy Mother's Day, then make sure to do so. I don't think. Let's see. Oh, is it working? Is it working? Let's see. Does this work? Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Oh my gosh, it's stuck. Why is it doing this? Hello, hello? Hello? Let me try restarting this. Dun, dun, dun. We'll just vibe here for now. Oh, see, okay, it works on this screen, but for some reason on OBS, it's being silly. Oh, did that work? Let's see if I move it. Okay, there we go. Heck yeah. We did it. All right. Yeah. Anyways, like I was saying, it's Mother's Day, and my mom is actually on the other side of the country right now, because my siblings are, um, they have lots of things to do with my siblings who are all in college right now. So I have three siblings. One of them is moving out of his dorm this week, and then my other two siblings are graduating, and I am going to be making it to their graduations. um, However, in the meantime, I'm at home because I still got to work. And then my mom asked if I could do some doodles of the graduates in our family, so that's what I've been working on. She wants to get them like printed on cookies, like you know how you can do like the printed frosting kind of stuff. They have a baker friend who's gonna help them with some custom cookies. And so they asked if I could do some simple doodles so that they could have that done for a big graduation party that we're doing. So here we have who we call Sister Do. She has appeared in the chats of some of our other friends and acquaintances. So if you see a Jess Doggy around, that's Sister Do. I trust that none of my siblings or anyone involved in this is gonna pop into my chat, which is why I'm comfortable streaming it. So there's Sister Do. This is Sister Two, who's my other sister. She's graduating with her bachelor's degree, whereas Sister Do is graduating with her master's. And then we have my cousin, who we will call JJ. Um, so these are the three individuals graduating this year. So we have a big old party planned, and I'm just gonna get into working on these. I did most of the line art already. I will probably still touch it up a little bit as I go, but I think we are in a good enough place to start coloring. So yeah, the my parents are having a grand old time out in New York today, which I do still need to call my mom and wish her happy Mother's Day. Um, Not exactly in person, but like at least in a call. But I'll probably do that later because it seemed like they were out and about today. So yeah, I don't want to bother them while my parents are being touristy and all. But yeah, I will call them at some point. So I won't stream forever, but we'll see how long we go with this. Yeah. I also was touching grass today, which is not, I mean, it's not uncommon lately for weekends to be filled with lots of grass touching, but we kind of just got back, and so I was like, you know what? I gotta work on this anyways. May as well do this on stream since I started it on stream. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's my best work, but she said to keep it simple, so I'm keeping it simple. Yeah, and I sent my mom some sketches of this already, and she said it looked fine, I think. She didn't seem to have any immediate comments, so I was like, cool, I'll take that as a go ahead. Let me know if the music volume is okay as well. I say as the music stops, but I feel like I've been having a lot of back and forth on whether the music is too loud or too quiet, or like, yeah. I did also add something I intended to add quite a while ago was like the little pronoun whatchamacallit extension. I know a lot of other streamers do it, so I already like had put in pronouns for my own thing, but here I can if you would like to input your pronouns into this fun little link. I hope that link works. I'm pretty sure it should. Then that way any other streamers who also use that extension can also see your preferred pronouns on their end, which is very, very helpful. I think it's really cool. I think it's cool that it exists and a lot of people use it, so it's like, yeah, mine's already there. Yeah, I noticed that. That's actually why I remembered. I saw your pronouns and I was like, that's a good time to bring that up. Cause yeah, I've seen it in other people's chats and I just forgot to like enable it on my end. Like I said, I'm pretty new to this whole streaming thing, so to speak. So still getting used to it, but yeah. Thank you for having yours. It was a good reminder for me. I definitely would have gone probably another stream or two before I remembered it that it was a feature. Yeah. Have any other did anyone do anything interesting this weekend? I know it's kind of like still halfway into it, but yeah, I'm excited because I technically only have to work Monday, Tuesday this week, because after that is when I fly out to my siblings' graduations, which is very, very exciting. Very proud of them. It looks like you already have the most important bot, which is Sari. Goated bot. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize Saribot does that. But yes, I agree. Saribot has been very useful, and one thing that I really like that Saribot does that I didn't realize until I set it up is dad joke. Yeah, I saw people had dad joke commands, so I started setting one up, but then when I went to test it, Saribot hit me with a dad joke, and I was like, oh cool, that's already a feature. That's really neat. Let's see. Nurse, doctor, there's a patient that says he's invisible. Doctor, well tell him I can't see him right now. I love a good corny joke. Let's see. Ooh, I can't remember what color her master's thing is. Let me take a look really quick. I'm just gonna break my model really quick. I'm gonna do my research. I'm pretty sure I have a picture of this somewhere. Dun, dun, dun. I just need the graduation pictures. Yeah, she took her senior photos a little while ago, and she was like, I think she was really busy the night before, so she woke up. She's like, "Oh my gosh, I have bags under my eyes. This is terrible." Um, and the photos went well. I think she sent a few photos that they took, and they looked really good. But then she was like, "Oh, the photographer dropped my graduation stole, like my master's hood. That's what it's called." Um, so then it got kind of dirty, so she had to go get it dry cleaned. Which luckily it wasn't too expensive, but it's still not fun to have to worry about that. Okay, so her stole is red and it's got the gold like outline, I guess, like a hem. And then her master's hood is yellow with like little black parts on it. So let's see. Let's get this model fixed and then we'll just pick a generic like goldish color for now. Fill this in. I feel like gold is a very common color to have for school colors, just like gold and something else. Hi Lee, welcome in. Nice. Oh no, my mix it up is broken. Ah! Hold on, hold on, hold on. Ah! Okay, hold on. Can I manually add a doodle? Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought I had mix it up open, but I think I kind of rushed into this. Log in. Come on, come on. Okay. Let me see if commands. Huh, did Kai's work earlier? Oh my gosh, it didn't. Okay, I will take note of that, and I think I can manually add it this time. It just won't have the dialogue, but I'll make sure it counts it. Here, let me write it down really quick. Cause they add it on Mix It Up as a currency. So I think I can add it on my end, but I'll have to do that off stream probably. I don't want to accidentally break something else. So, oops. Let's see. Lee and Kai. And I will add that to the stream check-in counter. Sorry about that. Oh my gosh, I didn't notice that. I'm all over the place apparently. But how are you doing otherwise? If I can't figure out how to add it, then I will find another way to make it up. But I'm pretty sure I know how to add it. I just don't want to risk breaking anything. I ate too much food. I feel that. Kai and I just went to get some pho, and then we got some matcha drinks afterwards, and I am feeling pretty heavy. But yeah, that's part of why I was like, I should just jump into streaming today, like right when we get back, because otherwise I'm gonna probably take a nap or fall asleep or something and then throw off my sleep schedule. And whenever I throw off my sleep schedule, I find myself very prone to sleep paralysis, and that's not very fun. So I'm like, let me just try to keep my sleep schedule relatively maintained. My mom makes good homemade pho. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I think Kai and one of our other friends tried to make it once. I say tried, but I feel like they succeeded. They did very well. I really liked it. It takes a really long time though, right? Yeah. Yeah, but we tried a new place. It got pretty busy. I mean, it was already kind of busy when we got there, but like we didn't have to wait at all. But after we got seated and then got our food and stuff, a lot of people started coming in. I think it's because it's Mother's Day, so lots of people celebrating. People came in with their kids and stuff. I got some new comics today or the other day. Ooh, what comics? Are they also Marvel? Howdy do, Raylu. How are you? How is everyone? Happy Mother's Day. You guys aren't my mom, but happy Mother's Day anyways. I'm out and about but wanted to drop in and say hi. Thank you. Don't feel pressured to stay. Go touch grass and have fun. Much appreciated. Thanks for stopping by. I know what color my sister's hair is, but I'm just gonna double check because she's got her hair's dyed blonde. However, I can never remember if it's like blonde all the way or if it's like still kind of like a brown to blonde, like ombre kind of deal. So let me find a picture of her. Here, both of my sisters. Okay, it's like mostly brownish and just okay, yeah. It's like this but slightly more vibrant, and then it's kind of dips into like the blonde territory after that. The cloak. Oh, I got Psylocke, Spider-Man, Penny, Magic, and Cloak and Dagger. The Cloak and Dagger comic is from the 80s, 1983, I believe. Surprisingly, only $10. Ooh, wow, that sounds exciting. I don't know how much comics normally are, but that sounds like a good deal. I assume it's a good deal. Oh gosh, I'm getting hiccups. You know how you mentioned that you ate too much, and then I said that I feel like I ate too much? Yeah, I think the ate too much is causing hiccups. And I feel like that happens almost every time I stream. It's like it's always after I eat. Normally it's after I eat dinner, but Today it's post-lunch hiccups. The Penny comic was the most expensive at $46, but I really want it. Ooh, yeah, I've heard a lot of people are picking up Penny. It's Penny like Spider-Man Penny, right? Because I feel like I've been seeing a lot of people say like, "Oh, I got into the comic, but it's so different from what I expected based on like the other like media that's been coming out with her." New comics go for $6. This is Canadian currency. Ah, I see, I see. I feel like Canadian currency and US currency is really close. It's like not exactly the same, but it's pretty close. Yeah, Penny alternate universe part of Peter. Penny Parker. But different. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm taking a sip of my matcha and it makes it look like I'm frowning. Look, I'm like, oh my gosh, that looks so scary. Anyways, enough of the funny faces. Yeah, so a lot of people going back and forth on like how old Penny is in the like games and the movies versus the comics too. Penny has a mech suit connected to a spider via brain stuff. Yeah, I remember from Spider-Verse. That was my first introduction of Penny. But yeah, her story seems very interesting. Let me know how it goes. Let me know if you enjoy it. That sounds very fun. Okay, I'm like I know that they said I shouldn't be limited on like colors and stuff for the sake of cookies, but I also still want to be careful not to like go overboard. But like it's so tempting when it comes to like hair, like gradients and hair. No, I won't do all that this time. I'll just do a simple gradient. They said to keep it simple. I don't want to go overboard. I'll soften it up a little bit. She's also from Japan, so there's that. Her mech is called SP. I'm gonna pronounce that spider. I don't know how to read it out loud, but I see the connection. I put a photo of the comics in Egg's Discord. Oh, okay. I'll check it out later then. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still kind of getting used to using Discord, which I know I've been saying for like a very long time. But once I decided I would start streaming, I was like I should really get used to like at least using Discord for other people's servers. I don't know if I'll ever like set one up of my own, but maybe later down the line when I'm a little more comfortable. But it's making me realize there's so many streamers that I follow whose Discords I'm not part of. Like I only realized like a couple of weeks ago that I wasn't even in Mello's Discord, Mary Mello, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm like constantly lurking in her streams and stuff. So I went ahead and joined that. I joined Tearberry's Discord, and yeah, a bunch of people were like trying to reach out to me recently, and I was like, oh shoot, they don't have a way of reaching me if I'm not on Discord. Or if I'm like not in their Discord, I feel like. So still getting the hang of that, but we're getting there. Yeah. Sister Do has been pretty blonde for a long time. Not like fully blonde, but I mean she was at some point pretty decently blonde. I actually found some pictures of her back when she first got her hair dyed, and it was also before she started wearing like a lot of makeup. And so it's definitely an era that she cringes at. So I found those pictures and I sent it to her and she was like, "Oh my god, don't ever show me that again." Like and it's like that like late middle school, early high school phase too where like she was like I don't know if kids still do this now, but where she was like sticking her tongue out and like, you know, doing the whole like Tumblr phase. Okay, that was a bad example of the Tumblr phase because this model is very, very limited in its capabilities, but I feel like you know what I mean. Like the head tilted way down, tongue sticking out, eyebrows way up, but you're kind of squinting at the same time. Yeah, unlike, let's see. Oh, the comic came out in 2015, but it's her first comic appearance. Ooh, oh, that's exciting. It's like a debut appearance of Penny in her own comic then. Unlike with Peter, where his canon event was the death of Uncle Ben, it's her father who dies. Okay, I think I remember that from the movie. Like her father was like an inventor, right? Or something. In the same suit she takes to protect Japan. Okay. Okay, so he piloted the suit previously, is what I'm getting at. What color is her tassel? I assume her thing has a tassel. Oh my gosh, I have to... You know, let me just save this photo. I keep opening up the text conversation where she sent the photo, but then every time I close it and open it, it goes back and I have to go find the photo again. So let me just save this, and then while I'm here, I will also save my other sister's thingy-mabobber, her graduation photo. I think the one that will be kind of a challenge is my cousin, because I don't have a picture of him in his graduation clothes. I think it's probably exists on Facebook, but yeah. Okay, so her tassel's black. While I'm looking at this, other sister, okay, my other sister, her tassel matches her robe, so that'll make it easy. I will do a different, I'll do like a darker black. I don't like using pure black to color because it's hard to apply lighting to like a pure black base color, but oh my gosh, I wrong brush. Yeah, that's one thing that I've picked up over the years is using pure black instead of gray makes it really hard to like do lighting and stuff. It's not like a don't do it ever, but it's a try to avoid it if you can. I might keep most of the line art black and just shade it just for simplicity, because if it's on a cookie, it'll be decently small. I think. I don't know how big of cookies they want. And I asked if they wanted them like circular or square cookies, and they said either works. So I'm just gonna leave it like this and then tell them like if you want to do circular cookies, let me know and I'll like crop it down to a circle. Don't worry, she was adopted by Uncle Ben and Aunt May, and they're scientists, and as a kid they connect her to a spider, which hurts pretty badly apparently. I know I'm spoiling it. That's okay, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I would like find the time to read it. Maybe I will get into it one day, but it seems like this is pretty like basic story stuff anyways, because they kind of touched on this in like some of the movies and stuff, right? Not like in detail, but I find it really interesting. That's really cool. Oh my gosh, it makes such a funny face when I drink the matcha. Hold on, like, the owner of this matcha like location, so the place we go for matcha is a chain, but the owner of this particular location recognizes Kai because we went during their grand opening quite a while ago. It was a grand opening event, and then we went, got matcha, and we came back a few times in the first like week or two after they opened. So she recognized Kai like every time. So she like asked what his name was. He's like, "Oh, I'm Kai." And she's like, "Oh, cool. It's good to see you again." And now every time we've been there since then, she recognizes Kai and she talks about like, "Oh yeah, I just want to try to remember the names and faces of regulars and stuff." And every single time we walk out of there, and then I'm like, how come she doesn't ask for my name? Like, she always remembers Kai's name and she chats with Kai, but I've been with Kai every single time, except for like maybe one time that he's been there, and she only ever asks about him. And I'm like, my feelings aren't hurt, but I don't know, I find it kind of funny. Like it's interesting. Kai's sidekick, yeah, basically. I was telling Kai maybe she thinks that maybe she can't tell if it's the same girl every time, and she doesn't want to get him in trouble in case she's like, you know, going around with other girls and stuff. And so she like doesn't ask my name, but I'm like, nope, it's always me. But I haven't brought it up, and I don't want to bring it up in case it's awkward. I will say there was one or two times that we went, and Kai's sister was with us too. But personally, I think it's really obvious that she's his sister because they have the same face. They look exactly the same. That's what you meant by that comment? Yeah. Like what if she's like, "Oh, I don't want to get him in trouble." Like what if like 1 second it's Sammy and then like next time you come in it's like Dana or something. I almost said so I don't know, like nah, it's because you never put your name in the order. It's always mine. Yeah, probably. I just think it's a funny idea. Funny speculation. Let's go through and just put base colors on all of these first. I think that'll be the easiest way to do all of these. Yeah, I am. It's Yimis. Yeah. One day you're gonna walk in with Yimis, and then she's gonna call Yimis Sammy, and Yimis is gonna be like, "Who's the Sammy you speak of?" Hmm. Yeah, I think it's kind of funny. She's very nice though, and I think it's cool that she recognizes him. maybe she'll give you free stuff one of these days. Just kidding. It's essentially a boba place. There's no need to try to mooch off of like. I feel like we know so many people in that like, and by so many I mean one. We know one person who owns a boba shop now, but it's so crazy how we like very quickly went from the age of like our classmates working at boba shops to like now we're at the age where our friends own boba shops, and I'm like, oh my gosh, we're getting old. What do you mean we have friends who own businesses? BRB, see you soon. Take your time. Don't feel pressured to, stick around if you have other things to do, especially today. It's Mother's Day. If you guys have plans with like the moms or mother figures in your life, go do that. As much as I appreciate the company, um, make sure to spend time with people in your life. Let's see. Let's do technically Sister Two's hair is black, but I'm gonna do like a brownish black, like a really, really dark brown. Does my mouth really open that wide when I put the straw in my mouth? Hold on. Does it actually? Oh my gosh. I look so sad. Can you tell when I'm taking a sip of my drink? It might be hard to tell. Blinking, you miss it. Yeah, they introduced blended drinks, so now it's like a blended matcha with like lychee bits. And I know people will come at me for saying lychee instead of lychee, but that's what I grew up with. It's so funny because my family is primarily Cantonese speaking, among other like smaller dialects, but the easy answer is that um, my family speaks Cantonese. And I remember we were traveling once, like it was like a big old family vacation with a bunch of our cousins, and most of our cousins, it's very clear that we are Chinese, like we are very Asian looking. But I have one cousin who is half Italian, and she looks very much like Italian. Like she doesn't look Asian at all, and she acknowledges this too. However, we were at a boba place, and most of the cousins happened to order lychee drinks, and so they ordered it and they pronounced it that way. They said, "Oh, can I get like a lychee boba or whatever boba with lychee jelly?" And then we got to our white passing cousin, and she also said lychee, and the guy looked at her. he corrected. He goes, "It's lychee," and all of us, we were like, there were like 10 of us, and all of us were in there at the same time, and we were like, "You didn't correct anybody else, but you corrected her," and like it was very obvious why, because we're like, I mean, clearly she like undeniably she doesn't look as Asian as the rest of the cousins. And like in our heads, I feel like none of us have ever treated her any less Asian, but appearance wise, from an outside perspective, yeah, it's clear that she looks very different. But we were like, really? You just kind of blatantly were like, yeah, we're gonna correct you, but nobody else in this line. And I don't know if you just thought we weren't like all together and like we weren't gonna talk about it, but I was like, we're all cousins. We all sat there and like waited for our drinks and we talked about it. We were like, what the heck? Why did he correct her like that? Because like in Mandarin, like most Mandarin speakers do pronounce it lychee, um, like in English, but in Cantonese it's lychee. So I say lychee, and so does the rest of our family. But yeah, we laugh about it, but it does kind of suck. Strangely enough, a lot of people think she's like Hispanic or like some other non-white, non-Asian ethnicity. Because she has really, really curly hair, which you would think that comes from her white side, but no one on her dad's side has curly hair either. Like, even going back a few generations, like, they're like, yeah, we all have like pin straight hair. So it's kind of interesting. Allegedly, my grandpa's hair was very curly, but he always like slicked it back and like, I don't know. People say that when he was younger it was much curlier, but I don't know if I've ever seen any evidence to support that, if that makes sense. But I'll go with it. Yeah, my mom also says that her brothers had curly hair, but it's also hard to tell because like their generation really liked getting perms. Like both the girls and some of not like I know perms are kind of coming back for guys nowadays too, but it's hard to tell for sure if any of them had naturally curly hair or if it was a perm. My aunt seems to be convinced that her hair is naturally very wavy, very curly, but also her daughter has told us many times that she spends a lot of time in the morning curling her hair, so that's also a little hard to. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe it's got a little bit of a wave to it, naturally, because you can still have that and like still like curl it just to neaten it up. But I don't know. I've seen some older pictures of her as well that don't quite support the wavy hair theory, but who knows? But she insists that that's where my cousin gets her curly hair from. But they're like really, really tight curls. Like it's really curly. So I don't know if like it would necessarily come from like a slightly wavy hair like family, if that makes sense. But at the same time, with that girl, no DNA test needed. She is a carbon copy of her dad. Her dad and her brother on that side of the family, they've got the same face, everything down to like ear shape, nose shape, like it's all there. The only difference is that she has really curly hair. So maybe the curly hair did come from that side. All right. It's the first two base colors. I don't think I'll go too crazy with shading it either, but yeah. And then here's JJ, who will probably have very similar thing. I don't really like how the ear is like touching that line so close. like just kind of barely, so I might fix that. Where is it? Okay. Ooh, let's use this. It's getting a little windy outside. It was really hot, like Friday, and was it hot yesterday? I can't remember, but I don't think I think I only went outside for a very short time yesterday, so I'm not 100% sure, but it seemed like it got really warm, and then suddenly it's like the wind and everything's picking up again. Sister Dude's down in SoCal, and it's like really hot there this weekend. I need to check the weather before I leave too. I heard airports are like have been kind of crazy because they started like actually reinforcing real ID for people flying and stuff. It's been making me really paranoid, that's for sure. Like I know I have real ID, but like it makes me feel like I'm gonna get stopped for like something. Let's see. Let's do that. Let's clean up this line. Okay, so it's still kind of like the little 6 that I do for the ears, but because it's at an angle, it's kind of like a weird hooked 6. When we were kids, we used to joke about how JJ and his brother had like big old ears. They stuck straight out. And I think because their heads were really round as kids too, it like was really emphasized. I feel comfortable saying that because my ears also kind of do that. They like kind of flare out a little bit, so I can relate. Let's see. I'm kind of using the same base like skin tone for everyone. I think I say that, but I'm just gonna drag it from there just to make sure. I've been thinking about, well, first of all, I still have a bunch of stuff, and by a bunch of stuff, I have 2 more products that I never listed on my Etsy that I intended to. I think I should probably get around to that because I was thinking about trying to work on more products and like kind of add to my Etsy again because I haven't done that in a very long time. But I don't know. It's kind of been just there, just kind of a little bit neglected. Not in the sense of like fulfilling orders, but I've definitely not advertised as much as I feel like I should. Truth. Yeah. I just never got around to taking product photos for the most recent things. But I don't know, with summer coming around, I've been seeing a lot of people like post about like all the markets that they're selling at and all the like shop revamps that they've been doing. And I'm like, I should probably do that too. Not like necessarily vend at like events. Maybe I will one of these days, but um just like in general, I feel like my online presence has been not my online presence, excuse me. My shop advertising has been incredibly lacking. Sorry, I was moving my phone. That's the other thing. I want to move some of my Ko-fi products to VGen because they added that digital shop, or like digital and physical shop feature. But I think the only like ready-made stuff that I want to put on VGen, because I don't know if I want to put all like my Procreate brushes on VGen. I think I want to focus on like streamer products on VGen. But that being said, I only have 2 sets of emotes and 1 set of sub badges on there right now, so I think I need to make more and then add them. Hi Yellowy, welcome in. How are you? How are you? Welcome, welcome. Happy Mother's Day. In case you forgot, this is your reminder to say Happy Mother's Day to any mothers in your life. I always make sure to remind people because I feel like sometimes we get to an age where we kind of lose track of all these holidays and stuff. But yeah, hope your weekend's going well. I guess also Mother's Day would depend on if you're in a country that, because I think it's only Mother's Day in the US. I think Australia and like Canada, I don't know about Canada, but a lot of places have different holiday dates. It was yesterday for me, but thanks for the reminder. Oh, okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like surprisingly, so the one person in my life who I feel like is normally has a tendency to forget about these holidays is my brother. But he was actually the first one to say Happy Mother's Day to my mother, or I guess text her Happy Mother's Day. And to be fair, he and one of my sisters is on the East Coast, so he's 3 hours ahead of where I am right now. But my mom and my dad happened to fly out a couple of days ago, so they're also on the East Coast at the moment. So at exactly 9 o'clock for me, which was exactly midnight for them, he texted Happy Mother's Day. And we were like, whoa, he texted first. He remembered. Yeah, it's not like him, but also I'm glad he's remembering this kind of stuff. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to pull up a photo of JJ. I know his dad. Sorry, there's a lot of stuff on the desk. His dad has slowly been getting more active on Facebook. So he actually posted some pictures from one of the graduation events that they saw when they went out to see him. Oh, here's his graduation photos. Nice, okay. And he had his robe on, but he had it like open, which I feel like is quite a trend recently. Or I don't know if I should say trend, but that's like the style that I've seen more often is like open graduation robe. Should I put a graduation robe on him? Probably. He's got some stoles and stuff too, so. Then again, my sister too did too, just not in her photos that I saw. So maybe I'll just do the robe then. I'll just put some lines for the robe. Should I do it closer? Something like that. And then graduation robes tend to have like this like top part before it starts to taper down. So like this top segment. It doesn't really look like a graduation robe, but maybe that's good enough. His friend has it zipped up, I think, but he has it open. Should I just leave it without? No, I'll put it on. I feel like... Oh, you know what? Maybe if I do it straight down, maybe that'll help. Sorry, I'll fix my model in a second. I just needed to see this reference picture. I don't know. And I almost wonder if I should just draw it closed anyways to make it look more like a robe. That's okay. Should I leave it without it? My model's breaking. Oh, add jail. Sorry about add jail. We'll see you on the other side. Maybe what the issue is... maybe I should just close it. I'll just go like this. I'm putting this on a separate layer in case I change my mind, but I think something like this. I'll clean up the lines after if I like it. I say as I start cleaning it up anyways. And then should I just go across like this? Oh my gosh, I was hoping for a curve. There we go. So I could do something like this. Okay. Let me just mask this in case I change my mind. The first ever, and by first I mean the only digital art class I ever took, put a lot of emphasis on, I don't like this, on not erasing things. She was like, don't erase things if you can avoid it. Like erasing is your worst enemy, which I don't necessarily think I agree with, but I understand what she means, because one of the things I like about digital art is nothing has to be permanent, and so there's always tools to get around fully erasing things. So the big one being using a layer mask instead of erasing things, which I think is more what she means. That way, if you change your mind about erasing things, you can undo it very easily. Okay, I think I'm just gonna skip the robe. No, I shouldn't. What is it about this? Maybe it's the shape of his shoulders. I don't know. Or, okay, what I did on the other robe was I made it like that, which we'll erase that little bit too. I will fix this. I just want to see if this looks decent. Okay, we'll mask that. Does this seem like a graduation robe? Yeah, I think if we connect this part of the arm to that, then I think we're golden. I think this just raw dog taking my contacts out. What does that mean? Like, what would with your feet? That's nasty. Why would you do that? How would you do that? There has to be what? Yeah, don't me. That's nasty. What the heck? Why would you with your feet? How does one do that? Did you sit on the counter or something? How does your foot reach your eye? Oh, I guess your toes do reach your eye. Yeah. I'm not gonna try it, but you could. No, that sounds very, very unpleasant. I'm not gonna try it, but I guess it is technically doable. But I've also seen you try to get your contacts out, which is why I know it's not true. You can barely get your contacts out with your fingers, so I don't think I understand and I don't want to. Yeah, I was trying to... The best way to understand something, I think, is trying it. I didn't try it necessarily, but I did lift my foot up, and I guess your foot can reach your eye, but I'm not gonna try to give myself pink eye. I'm not gonna put my toes in my eyes. That's just weird. Anyways, enough of that. Oh my gosh. That's a thought. That's something I didn't really need to think about, but here we are. Anyways, I think this looks pretty solid for like a graduation robe type of vibe. I believe his robe is also black, so we can just use the same color as the cap. I would have put a robe on Sister Do, but not a single graduation photo she took was with the robe on, so I just get the sense that she doesn't like how it looks or something. So I'm just gonna skip it. I also know my sisters care a lot more than JJ about like their appearance. So I don't think JJ's gonna care too much about all of this. Okay, let me put some. I think he had a white shirt. It was either white or light blue. Let me look really quick. Okay, white, and then it's like a blue tie. Okay, like a navy tie. Okay. Got this. Yeah, it's definitely starting to feel like summer. Like this week I started wearing shorts again. Up until this week I was still wearing like jeans or like long dark pants. But we're getting to that time of the year where shorts are acceptable. There was like a bit of a heat wave, I feel like a month or two ago, and I thought that was going to be the start of like summer weather, but then it got really cold again, so I was like, okay, never mind. We're backtracking it. We are, as the gamers say, running it back. Is that the correct term? I don't know. But that's what it feels like. The weather said we are running it back. Let me fix the line art on the collar. It's got a little bit of a bump here. Okay. Cool. Oh, what color was this tassel? Hold up. Sorry, we just keep breaking the model. Oh. Where'd it go? You. Funny enough, my uncle's profile picture has JJ and his brother's feet sticking up. It's a selfie he took in the car, and the boys were kind of young back then, so they stuck their feet up for the camera. Ah, it's got orange. Is orange a universal engineering like tassel color? I wasn't sure if it like depends on what school you went to, but my school also had orange tassels. And JJ's also College of Engineering, and he also has orange. Is that a thing? Like, are tassel colors dictated like I don't know, is that a universal thing? Is engineering always orange? I remember finding out that our tassels were orange and then being like, what is this ugly ass color? Like it did not match the robe colors that we had, because we had green robes, and green with this color I feel like did not look very good. Like at least if you have black caps and stuff, you could really match it with anything, technically speaking. And then I guess we complained so much that the world went into a pandemic and we didn't even have a graduation ceremony anyway, so it didn't even matter. The only time I wore it was for a handful of pictures on the day that I moved out. So that was great. Pandemic graduates, woo! Okay. You know what? Let me take a quick break there. We'll put up a break timer. I think we've made some good progress, and we just finished all the base color, so that's a good time for a break. Everybody stretch, get water, use the bathroom, whatever you need. Let me get BRB, fun little animation to keep you this is my equivalent of Subway Surfer entertainment, is just putting this little looping animation. I feel like I should just put a whole bunch of like animated stuff all over my screen and then make it a full like Subway Surfer entertainment screen when I'm gonna be right back. But anyways, that being said, here's what we're working on. We're just gonna make it small and put it in the corner. Apparently I can't move it any further than that, so I guess we'll just leave it right here. And then, yeah, BRB. I'm back. Ah, holy moly. I should have added another couple minutes to that break. I was like chilling. I was like, yeah, this is totally perfectly fine, normal break, whatever, right? And then 4 minutes into that break, it hit me. All the matcha without this milk substitution because it was an extra $1.50 and I didn't feel like paying the extra $1.50. Oh, ouch. I'm back though. I survived. 5 big booms. Yeah, you could say that. That is exactly what it felt like. Anyways, I'm back. Let me turn this little thingy-mabobber off. I'll come up with a different BRB visual one of these days, but I just at this moment this is the most visually calming, I guess, things that I have. It's nice. I want every excuse I have to show it off, but anyways, turn that off. Alright, we're not gonna do anything too crazy with the shading on this. We're just gonna go through it real fast, I think. Call it good, but there are 3 of them, so yeah, I don't want to rush it too much. But yeah. Maybe I'll do a little bit of a cast shadow from the hair. I think that's pretty safe. Yeah, 5 big booms. Boom! 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 1, 2. Was that 4 or 5? Boom! I'm gonna do one more just in case. Boom! Yeah, anyways, that break put the do in Sammy Do. Let's just say that. Anyways. Oh, that is very... Let's go this way. Oh, maybe this way. There's a lot of trial and error here. This is probably an okay color. It's kind of light, but we'll start with this and we'll adjust. Let's see, what time is it? It is about 3:45 here, almost 4 o'clock, which means it is almost 7 in New York. Okay, I think we can finish all of this and then I'll call my mom and wish her happy Mother's Day. Oh, who's that? Viet Beast, hello, how are you? Happy Mother's Day. You're not my mom, but happy Mother's Day anyways. Make sure to tell your mom happy Mother's Day too. Yeah, I'll probably call her after I stream. I didn't want to call her too early because I think she and my dad were going around looking at like museums and stuff. It seemed like they were having a lot of fun too. Oh, hiccups. Ooh. Where the moms at rubs hands together. That's crazy. Ah. Good thing my mom is not in town. I gotta protect her from you guys. What the heck? That's what I'm saying. Oh my gosh. Stay away from my mother. Who is it? Kai's cousin has an I Heart MILFs shirt. He wore it to Thanksgiving. It was something. And then we went on a walk in the neighborhood and he just waved at all the cars passing by. I Heart MILFs. Is that? No, it was I Heart Hot Moms. That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, on the contrary, my family does White Elephant at Christmas every year, and I think 2 Christmases ago, there was a university shirt. Yeah, it was Michigan MILF. 2016 was 9 years ago. That does not feel... That's what I'm saying. I'm like, oh my god, we're that close to all the high school reunion age. Like, a bunch of our friends had their... I just popped part of my earbud off. Hang on, sorry. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, high school graduation. A bunch of people had their like 10-year reunions and stuff. Like I think Kai's sister's reunion should be this year, now that I think about it. Right? Yeah. 2025, yeah. We should ask her about that. We probably did ask her about that. I don't know. Yeah, what I've heard is that typically the class president, like your class president is the one who organizes the like 10-year reunion stuff and all that. Um and typically, like, as media, like social media and stuff evolves, like just whatever platform most people are on is what people use to get everyone's attention and get everyone together and stuff. um However, our class president, I don't know if it's just me, but I have not seen her on like any platforms since graduation. Like, it feels like she kind of disappeared off the face of the earth, so I'm kind of curious how that'll go. Oh yeah, but anyways, like I was saying, yeah, Kai had a Michigan MILF shirt um, that he also wore along with his cousin in the I Heart Hot Moms shirt. Uh, so that was a fun Thanksgiving. It like actually was fun though. But I remember when he opened it, most of the parents knew what that meant. One of my aunts did not, and so she was like, "What's MILF? What does MILF mean?" So I said it means, "Man, I love football." And I thought, like, everyone started laughing, so I thought she knew I was joking, but everyone thought it was funny. Um, Except she then went on to try to make an Instagram reel um, of the night, which is kind of what some of the Facebook moms have evolved to. For those who don't know or don't have moms like mine who are uh, obsessed with Facebook and like social media, um, some of the Facebook moms have evolved into making Instagram reels and posting those on Facebook. And so she was trying to find music to put with her Christmas compilation. And I guess she was looking, according to her daughter, she told us this later. She was like, my mom was looking up MILF music and was like, I keep trying to find MILF music for my Instagram reel, and all that comes up is rap music. I don't understand. Um, yeah, she ended up using the NFL theme for Christmas reel. It was like all the Christmas photos plus the and that was the closest she got to whatchamacallit. Yeah, to MILF music. Sorry, I forgot what I was doing. I was like zooming in and out so much that I lost track. But yeah, it was something. Yeah, so Kai and his cousin wore their respective MILF shirts and then waved to all the cars and buses passing by. I think one of the bus drivers flashed his hazards at him uh, for funsies. I assume it was kind of later at night, so my guess is there weren't really many passengers on, or if there were, like, I don't think they would really care anyways. But yeah, bless her heart. Yeah, she is a little bit insane though, I will say. But that was a funny moment. Looking up MILF music. Anyways, happy Mother's Day, am I right? What a perfect Mother's Day topic of conversation, I suppose. And all that for not very much shading, but that's fine. I'm not trying to do too much on this anyways. Something kind of simple, generic. Ad jail. Rip ad jail for anyone stuck in those. Ad jail. I wonder if I can have Sarybot put that emote in, because if it's here, it would. I assume Sarybot can use follower emotes. I'm not 100% sure, actually. I'll give it a try. I'll try it out later. Test it out. Because, like, I know some bots, you have to, like, make sure that they're subbed in order to use emotes. And most bots obviously aren't subbed, and so some people get around it by gifting a sub to, like, Nightbot or whatever, so that it can use the emotes, especially if they use it for raid messages. My workaround that I found for that is using Mix It Up for the sub raid message, because from Mix It Up you can send messages as the streamer. So if it sends it as me, then it has access to all the emotes. I'm curious if Saribot would count as a follower. No, not Siri. Hold up. Let me, just in case Siri says something that I don't want it to say. I think we're good. Oh my gosh, I talked about it too much. I'm not even gonna say it anymore. No more saying the name of said bot, but oh, I've seen too many, like, horror cases where people pull up Siri. Okay, good. And then it, like, doxes the heck out of them, or like, here's the nearest, like, McDonald's to you or whatever. I was like, out of the corner of my eye, I just saw it lighting up. I was like, please don't say anything. Oh, that scared me. I'm pretty sure that's what that was. I don't think I've ever accidentally triggered that on this iPad, or like any of the 2 iPads that I've had. Yeah, Tim, like, yeah. What was I doing? Okay, anyways. That was quite a distraction. Yeah. I think we can round this out a little bit, just because that's there, but I'm trying to not... No overkill here. Let's give her some blush and kind of shade her skin a little bit. Yeah, my sisters are much bigger on hair and makeup. I had them help me out a lot when I was doing engagement photos, because it is definitely not my expertise. Yeah, Sister Do, I would say, is much more comfortable with hair, and then Sister 2 more so with makeup, but they're both, I'd say, pretty proficient at both. Sister 2 actually was the one who offered to do makeup, or not makeup, hair for the bridesmaids for my wedding, which is very exciting, because yeah, hair and makeup services are expensive. Like, understandable, because weddings, right? Weddings tend to be expensive, and when you put the word bridal in front of anything, like, the price just skyrockets, I feel like. But yeah, I am grateful that they offered, though. Okay. I'm like not sure if I should shade this at all, because yeah, Sister 2 has a rounder nose, whereas Sister 2 is kind of like me in that we kind of have a weird, like, I don't know, it's kind of flat-ish at the bottom. It's... Maybe I'll just not do this all together, and then maybe on top here, we'll just highlight it a bit. I'll just do a quick little, like, boop, maybe on the cheeks. I don't know. I should have something like that. Just a little boop boop. Shiny little cheeks. Maybe I'll turn that down a little bit, though. Around 50? Is that all right? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, sure. I don't want to overdo it. Maybe I'll get rid of the cheeks altogether. Not like get rid of the cheeks, but like the reflection on the cheeks. Yeah, and then just kind of... We've all got kind of, not like super wide noses, but like, I'd say they're wider than long, like wider than they are long. Okay, yeah, I think if I do too much on the cheeks after that, like it'll look weird. I don't know how clear a cookie printer tends to be anyways, so I don't know. Should I just have it maxed? Maybe if I do that, I should like lift it up a little more. Does that look okay? Maybe. I'm trying to like zoom out and see how it looks like overall. That might be okay. Yeah, let's go with that. Actually, while I'm here also, her master's hood technically also has like this black part. Like it comes in like a triangle. I'm just gonna do like the bottom half of it just for the heck of it. Like something like that. I don't know. It's not exact, but that's the vibe. Ow. Just punched my desk. Okay. Yeah, let's do one thing at a time. We'll go ahead and just keep doing everyone's skin. Oh, wait, lips. How do I want to do this? That is a tough... I'm debating doing something kind of softer. Like, let's do a soft bottom lip and then... Just ignore the top part for now. I'm just gonna look at the bottom and see if that looks okay. And then maybe we can do a separate top, maybe like a darker color. I don't know, is that a thing? Is that like, is the top lip typically darker? I feel like that's how I'm used to seeing it. Ooh, that color looks close to what Sister 2 uses for her lips, so maybe we'll keep that in mind. Ooh, I don't know if I like that. I'm trying to trust the process, but I don't know if the process trusts me. Okay, how about up here? See, if I knew more about makeup, I might be a little better at this. Maybe I should do something lighter. That's a better brush size. Maybe I should have just done that from the get-go. Maybe I won't even... Did she even put... Let me see if her lips were even colored for her graduation pictures. Very lightly. Okay. Shape-wise, I don't think this is bad. This is pretty much what her lips look like, I feel like. I'm gonna do the bottom lip again, maybe with the same color. And then I'll just lighten both of them. Yeah. That's closer. It was like a rosy color. Okay. Oh, I didn't look at the number I used. Whatever, it doesn't have to match. Should it be lighter on top? No, I think darker. Maybe I'll do that and like lighten the bottom lip a little more. A bit. Sure. My lips are a little bigger than that. They're not like big, but sewer plant. Hello, welcome in. Hydrate. Oh, thank you for the hydrate redeem. Oh my gosh, hang on. Let me fix my model. I was looking at a reference picture on my phone. Thank you. Welcome in. How are you? How's your weekend going? I'm reminding everyone that comes in, if you have any mother figures in your life, and if you're somewhere where it's Mother's Day today, make sure to tell them Happy Mother's Day. Or if not, I hope you're having a Mother's Day anyways, or a good Mother's Day anyways. I'm good. How about you? I'm pretty good. I'm just working on some graduation doodles because I have three college graduates in my family. One of them technically graduated last weekend, and the other two are graduating next weekend. And I've been asked to do some graduation doodles for them. And then we're gonna get them printed onto little cookies, which will be very exciting. We're doing a big old graduation party for them in a couple of weeks. Yeah, so that'll be fun. Yeah, hope your weekend and everything is going well. Let me drink some. I have some matcha with me, so I'll drink that really quick. That sounds awesome. Yeah, it's very exciting. My parents asked me to do this. I think they asked me a couple weeks ago now. Yeah, so I'm trying to get it done this weekend so I don't have to worry about it, because yeah, they do need time to like actually print the cookies and stuff. Congrats to all the graduates. Yeah, it's very exciting. Two of them are the same age, and then this is my sister who's a little bit older than the other two, but she is graduating with her master's, which is why they're all graduating at the same time. So it just kind of worked out that way. The other two graduates are my other sister and our cousin, and they're very close in age. They're like only a month apart, I think. So yeah, that was something to be expected, was that their graduations would be around the same time. The hardest part is that their graduations are on different sides of the country. So this one, who we call Sister Do, is graduating from Southern California on Friday. Yeah, and then this is Sister 2, who is graduating with her bachelor's from New York on Thursday. So this week I'm gonna fly out to New York for this graduation and then fly back to Southern California for this graduation. Ew, smart people, I know, right? Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, sounds like it'll be a celebration and a half. Yeah, we decided to just do one big party for all of them. So that'll be fun. It's gonna be Memorial Day weekend, so we're gonna all get together and celebrate, and it'll be a fun time. Also, I did look it up because I was trying to figure this out earlier. Apparently, the orange tassel is a universal color for engineering, which I was wondering about because my cousin is graduating with his degree in computer science, I think. And I also graduated with engineering, and we also had an orange tassel, but I was at a different school, so I was curious if that was a universal thing, and apparently it is. I guess engineering is orange because it, quote, resembles the gold of science. Whatever that's supposed to mean, but I'll take it. But I will say, I don't think orange is that attractive of a color, but then again, I guess it doesn't really matter. Most engineers don't really care that much about it. Nowadays, I feel like a lot of engineers, though, also tend to overlap with like creative fields or creative hobbies. So, like, I care a little bit. I'm like, orange did not go with our green robes, I will say that. But like I said earlier, like I didn't even have a regular graduation anyways because of COVID, so it didn't end up mattering in the long run. But yeah, orange and green is a very interesting mix. I feel like orange is a very energetic color. Yeah, I agree. Especially because it's like a very vibrant orange most of the time. Like if you look up engineering tassels, they're always like a really bright orange, which is funny because most engineers like stereotypically, obviously there's many exceptions, but a lot of engineers are stereotypically very quiet, like very reserved, very shy and introverted. So, and then orange just feels like a color that like screams like socializing, like socialization. But that's okay. I think it grows on you if you get used to like the orange after a while. Like if I worked at an engineering like college or something, like it would probably grow on me. I think also just like I said, the fact that it was a COVID graduation for me, so we didn't actually have a big old ceremony or anything. I didn't really get used to seeing the orange. I don't know if it would have made a difference though, like having the ceremony and seeing everyone in it, because the only time I wore my graduation robe was to take some pictures by like the school signs and stuff when I moved out. And my family was like, "Oh, let's just go around your campus and take some graduation photos," because like I had a bunch of like local photographers to do grad photos with at the time. Like leading up to it, I had bookmarked a whole bunch of like Instagram pages and stuff. I was like, oh, these are people I can reach out to when it comes time to do senior photos. And then, boom, COVID happened, and then so we never did that. But that's okay. Yeah, it was fun anyways. Got some fun photos with my siblings. I'm gonna grasp at straws here. Maybe it's to let people know you're an engineer so they don't have to ask, thus sparing you from socializing. Ooh, that's smart. That's a good point. You're thinking, yeah. That would do it. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people like I don't know, it seems like a lot of other workplaces are a lot more social, and I don't know if it's cuz my team is small at work, but like all of us like we try to socialize, but I think there's definitely a like awkward undertone to all the attempts to chit chat and stuff. And I think it doesn't help that a lot of us do work mostly remotely, but like when we get together, sometimes it's like, or like even when we check in, like because we have a weekly check-in meeting on Teams, and we'll just kind of like I'll call in and update people on the week, and then it always feels very forced when my supervisor's like, or like my boss is like, so anyone have any updates for the weekend or anything fun that's not work related, and then like maybe one person will share something, and we chat about it for like 2 minutes, and then we're like, okay, if that's it, bye, and then we just don't talk to each other for another week. Like they're all nice people, but I think, and I'm on the same boat where sometimes I'm not sure how to initiate a conversation, and like when a work culture, when you start a new job, I feel like you try to like judge the existing work culture and fit into it instead of like trying to change anything. But because our team is so young, like so new and so young, I think it's kind of hard to find a balance of like how much can I socialize with my coworkers and how much is considered like too much. Like I don't want to, I think everyone's a little scared of like seeming like they're getting off track, but I think everyone kind of at least a little bit like wants to socialize and talk about like life outside of work with the coworkers, because like you always hear about workplaces where like people are really close with their coworkers or really like know a lot about what's going on outside of work. um I don't feel like we're quite there yet, but maybe as our team grows it'll change, because we did have an intern. He's been with us for a couple years now, and recently he graduated, and so now he's a full-time employee, and he's very good at socializing. And I will say he almost offsets it all the way in the sense that he'll come over to my cubicle on the few days that we do come into office, and he will yap for like 10, 15, maybe even 20 minutes, and we'll just like chit chat. And then it gets to a point where I'm like, I wonder at what point I should be like, hey, I gotta get back to work. Because, like, I love chit chatting, but I'm never sure how much is too much, you know? Yeah, it's that weird fine line. And I talked about with one of my coworkers who's like the same age as me, and we're like, yeah, we both graduated into the pandemic. So we graduated into like a very remote work culture where we don't really have like the office culture of just walking around and running into coworkers in like the break room or whatever and striking up a conversation. So then it's hard to be like, how much conversation is reasonable? Yeah, so it's a combination, I think, of being socially awkward and not really having the right like office culture like experience. My job before that also was like, it was like that, but also like kind of a little bit toxic. Like they were, for lack of a better term, they were really shitty. And so they weren't great people to work with to begin with. And on top of that, everyone was very much taking advantage of the remote like work culture, so no one was ever in the office to begin with. But then there was like a snarky like vibe to it too. Like, I don't know. I won't get into it. It'll spiral out. That conversation will spiral out of control very quickly. So I won't get into it. Maybe another time. I'll have a venting stream and everyone can just vent and trauma dump. That sounds like a terrible idea, actually. Maybe I won't do that, but that's an idea. Imagine that trauma dumping stream. Everyone just scream into the void. I mean, if it's like a controlled environment, like everyone just kind of screams into the void. No one ever addresses anything, and we all just kind of yell about all the things we're frustrated about in life. I feel like it's not terrible, but I feel like it very quickly gets like out of control. So okay. It's giving oh, what was it? Moby and you know the one with the robots that teach you science? You guys watched those as kids? What the heck was his name? Tim and Moby? Was that it? That's what this is reminding me of. I think it was Tim and Moby. Yeah, that was like a staple in science classes. I remember 6th grade science, I had a relatively old teacher. And she would have us like kind of peer grade / self grade our work. And so if we made like posters and stuff, she would have us give extra points if it looked, as she liked to call it, if it looked extra spiffy. So she would say, oh, +1 or +2 points for spiffy. And then you would mark if the person got an extra 2 points. Oh, hiccups. Oh boy, that's brighter than I thought. Oh my gosh, hiccups. Oh no. I should set up sound alerts for the sole purpose of curing my hiccups. Like if you scare me bad enough, it'll trigger, or it'll make my hiccups go away. Because I feel like very frequently I start streaming and then I get hiccups. Maybe I'll make that a redeem. Cure the hiccups and it'll just blast a random really loud sound. I'm sure when it comes to random things, I always just assume Mix It Up probably has a feature for that, so maybe I'll look into that, like triggering a random sound event. Right now, the only things I have sound alerts, I guess, on for are followers, subs, and bits. I Actually, okay, I did add one for a hype train because I think my first affiliate stream, Mary and was it Tube or someone? I think it was Tube. Donated bits and gifted subs and stuff, and then it triggered a hype train. And I'm not gonna lie, I had no idea what I was supposed to do with that. I was like, oh my gosh, I've seen this before, but I didn't expect to ever like start a hype train in my stream, at least not this early on. So I like had all the default notifications for that. Does this look weird? I don't know. Maybe it's the nose that's throwing me off. Or maybe it's the shape of the top lip. Yeah, so I did add some sounds and change some sounds and stuff like that. But other than that, I know sound alerts tend to be popular, so maybe that's something I will consider. I think I need it. The hiccups are real. Okay, hold on. Let me just redo the top altogether. Yeah. I wouldn't say any of my siblings have thick lips, but I don't know. My sense of that is kind of skewed because I had a friend who was a little, like growing up, she was a little bit mean, and she used to always be like, "You have such fat lips and thick eyebrows," which is so funny because nowadays people tell me the opposite. They're like, "Oh, you and your siblings all have really thin eyebrows." Like, I will say I definitely have more eyebrows than my siblings, so like they draw theirs in now, so it doesn't really look that way. But if you go back in like old childhood pictures and stuff, like it looks like I stole all the eyebrows, and then all three of my siblings were just left with whatever's like all of them combined would probably be a normal amount of eyebrow for people. And for the same reason that I'm streaming this, I am only saying that because I'm pretty sure none of them are going to be watching the stream. They'd be like, wow, catching strays here, I see. Okay, I feel like most people typically draw the upper lip as the darker one. I might try, yeah, making the top lip a little bit darker. We'll see if we like that. Just a tad bit. Maybe? I don't hate that. Okay, the other thing I forgot I was going to do was add a reflection to these lips. Oh, down here. Let's see how this looks. If we do a little... Okay, that makes it a little too... I'll probably lower the opacity on that. 70? Sure. Maybe I'll make that lower though. Okay, I can live with that. How about you? Nothing too crazy. Should I do the upper lip too? Already off the bat, I'm not sure if I like doing the upper lip. Yeah, okay, let's skip the upper lip. Just a little thing like that. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to match their typical smiling styles. Sister do like smiling with her mouth closed, and she's got very big closed mouth smile. Some people like do the closed mouth smile and look like they're not smiling at all, but she still looks happy when she does. Sister 2 does like she kind of alternates between the two, but I think one of the ones she sent recently was a big toothy grin, so we've got that. I don't know if I made her mouth too wide, but that's okay. Fits the vibe. Same with JJ, I think. It's coming along. let me take another sip of matcha really quick. Why do my eyes get so wide when I'm drinking? Like, I don't feel like I'm doing that intentionally. That's so crazy. You could say I'm crazy about matcha. What time is it? 4:30, so it's like 7:30 over there. Might be... I'll wait for the ad break to officially finish. Let me see if I can see where my... I track my parents the same way parents typically track their teenage kids. Let's see. Oh, they're with my brother right now. Is that a restaurant? Are they getting dinner? I'm debating calling my mom to wish her happy Mother's Day. Agile, correct. Agile, woo! Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can set Ciruam to have the Agile emote. I kind of like it. I like the idea of Agile flying across the screen too. Ooh, I wonder if mix it up. I'm gonna look right now, actually. Let's see, events. Twitch. Let's see, what events does Mix It Up have? Subscriptions, raids, following, stream start, subscription, channel user intro. I don't know what that means. Bits. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Oh, ads. Okay, ads started. Ooh. I could. Okay, we'll brainstorm ideas later. I think I can use, if Saribot doesn't work, then I could use Mix It Up to like throw out some ad jail emotes. I think that's fun. It's a good way to let people know ads are coming. Yeah, because they have a separate ads incoming, or ads upcoming, ads started, and ad ended. That seems helpful. Okay, that's good to know. That is very handy. Look at me learning to stream while I'm streaming. Okay, let me go back to this. Bum, bum. Okay, let me take a quick break. I think I'm gonna see if... No, I won't take a break. I'm just gonna keep going. I'll go for another... Here, I'll go for a little bit more and then I'll call my mom. I will maybe set a timer. I'll set a longer timer just in case, like for my break timer, when it comes time for that. Might come back early, might not, we shall see. Yeah, because I do want to finish this today, which also means I don't want to... I think streaming has been helping me keep focused, so we're gonna keep it rolling. Okay, let's start JJ. So far all we've done is like color and shade and the skin on most of them. And JJ does not wear makeup, so that saves us the lip trouble. He doesn't need lips. I think he's okay with that. I think he will understand. JJ used to stream before he went off to college. Wow, that was a long time ago now that I think about it. Oh, excuse me, hiccups. I think he may have streamed a couple times after starting college, but he never got like... I don't think he ever got fully back into it. Unless he made a new channel and just never told us about it, because I could see that happening too. I can't remember for sure, but I want to say JJ's streaming might have been like around when I made my Twitch account. It was either that or like probably entering some kind of like giveaway where they're like, oh, sign in with all these things, because I know there were points where I did that, but yeah, back then I hadn't quite narrowed down my social like username to Sammy Do yet, so I think I had something generic like Sam and Sam Sam. I changed it since then, but I do wonder if anyone ever picked up that username after me. Maybe I'll look it up. Let's go to Twitch. Did anyone ever adopt that username after me?
Run 3 minutes of ads.
What is that? Okay, let's see. Sam and Sam Sam. There's Sam and Sammy Sam. Real Sam and Sam. Huh, no one ever picked up Sam and Sam Sam. That's fine. It means it's there if I ever want to go back to that. I don't see why I would though. I like Sammy Do. I've grown quite attached to it. Sammy Do was actually a nickname that Kai gave me back before we started dating. Which a lot of people think is really wholesome, which I do feel like it is kind of wholesome, but it's also because when I introduced myself, he said that my name reminded him of Scrappy Doo, and so he put my phone or put my contact information under Sammy Doo, and that was the start of Sammy Doo, which I didn't. I mean, like, it makes sense that a lot of people don't realize that, but I remember one time I was in the car with my sister and Kai, and she saw my phone contact because it like connected to like the CarPlay thing, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, you have her contact name as Sammy Doo," because she thought that he named me Sammy Doo in his phone after I started like using Sammy Doo as my handle. So at first she was like, "Oh, that's kind of cringe, kind of thing, right?" And then I explained to her that actually this was the origin of Sammy Doo, was being in his contact, like, or his phone contact as Sammy Doo. And she's like, "Oh, you know what? That changes everything." I'm like, "Yeah, I guess it does, doesn't it?" I don't know. I don't think it's like that bad to put. Well, it depends on the username. I was gonna say it's not that bad to put your like phone contact as like, I don't know, like your Discord name or your whatever, like depending on how you know the person. Some people may have differing opinions. I feel like it's not that bad. If you have a questionable username, like as far as how appropriate the name is, then maybe that's where I might draw the line, but I almost don't want to put any of this here. I think this looks fine. Should I like shade his nose a little bit like this? No, that does not look right. I could maybe put a shadow under his lip instead of, since we don't have like lipstick on him, could do an under the lip shadow. I always worry that it makes it look, oh my gosh, it's not centered at all. What the heck? For a shadow right here. No. I feel like it's bordering on looking like a beard. Man, there's not much going on for him, but I feel like that's also okay. Did I put blush on? Okay, I did. It looks very heavy on one side now that I'm looking at it. I also didn't put a reflection on her nose, so I'll do that next. What is... I probably just missed erasing some of the upper lip. Maybe I'll just use that same layer and put like a reflection up here. She and I have very similar noses, I think. Or so I've been told. I think hers is a little more like scrunchy, if that makes sense. Like when she scrunches her face, we've always joked that it makes a little like ram looking shape just over her nose, like it wrinkles kind of looking like this, like it's got horns. That was kind of a terrible description, but you get the vibe, I think. Now for JJ, okay, let's just give him a little bit of redness. I like to do like a soft, like reddish shadow around the edge of the face, just cause I don't know, it makes it look a little less vampire-y, a little less flat, but like not in a bad way. Ooh, his ears look really red now though. Hold up. The other fun fact is that JJ and Sister 2 are both decently heavy drinkers slash partiers. So I think it would be really funny to make him super red, but I'm not gonna do that because I'm not mean like that. There is a picture of him at a graduation party we had a couple years, or no, last year for some high school graduates in the family, and let's just say he turned very red at K barbecue, and so we had some balloons, and so we took a red balloon, put it next to his face, and he matched very well. And one of our younger cousins, like much younger cousins, took a picture on her. She has a little like kids version of an Apple Watch. She took a picture on that, and she brings it up at all the family gatherings now. It's really cute. And let's just have it at 70. I think that's what we had on the other ones. We can change it if we need to. Let's do a little. I kind of use the same reflection shape on all of them, I feel like, but that's okay. It's supposed to be simple, and I don't want to overthink it. Alright. Those are some faces. Honestly, even if I just submitted it like this, I don't think it would be too bad. That being said, now's a good time for another break. I am going to set a longer ad timer this time around, I think. Mostly because I think I want to call my mom, and I don't necessarily know how long that'll take. I will reset the timer or like add time to it if I need to, but yeah, we'll make it quick. Let's see. Where's the add timer? BRB timer. Okay. We'll set it to. This is probably going to be way more time than not way more time, but yeah, after hanging out with my brother, then no break. My mom's gonna be like, why didn't you call? I don't think it'll take too long. She's hanging out with my other siblings who she hasn't seen in quite a while, so I don't think I'll be on the phone for too long. But yeah, I will be right back. I'll change no, I'll leave the music. You know what, I'll just stop looping it, and then I'll just let the music play. I'll turn it up a little bit. Enjoy the time. Okay, I'll be right back. Never mind. She's out getting dinner right now. I'll call her later. We'll keep working on this. I'm sure she'll call me back though. So that means that I don't have to worry too much about it, and we will keep working on this. I will turn the music down a tad bit. Alright. You win. No break for now. Here, I'll reset that. I don't know what that does. Yeah. Mom said, sorry, I'm too busy for you. I'm with my favorite kids. Just kidding, just kidding. But yeah, they're out getting dinner, which works for me because I was like, I didn't want to wait too long in case they were going to sleep, but also I had a feeling they were out to dinner, so that is good. Anyways, let's keep going with this. I think we got all the skin stuff rendered. I keep jokingly telling people like, oh yeah, for Mother's Day, my mom flew across the country for me. She just had enough of me. But anyways, wow, that was the fastest 30 minutes ever, wasn't it? Break came and went just like that. Okay. Watch, she's gonna call me like... Nah. I was gonna say she'll call me like right away as soon as they get their food and sit down, but I think it'll be fine. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, let's... I feel like the logical thing to do next would be shading the hair. So let's try that. Oh, someone's car alarm is going off outside. I hope it's not mine. It's not mine, is it? I can't see, but I don't think it's mine. I hope it's not mine. Okay, it stopped. I'm gonna resist the urge to go overboard with this. I'll turn this down a tad bit. 70 seems to be a reasonable opacity for a lot of our shading and highlighting so far, so we'll just stick with that for now. Oh, there's that car alarm again. That'll be really awkward if I go out later and find out that it is mine. I feel like we have a neighbor who has a tendency to set off their own car alarm, though. I have a window that overlooks not a lot of the complex, but like a decent amount. So I can kind of see what's going on out there sometimes. I'm pretty sure they're the owner of that car. I doubt they... I don't always see exactly which car it is. It would be really awkward if I just been watching this person break into this car regularly and it turns out it's not their car and I just assume that it is. I'm like, oh, they're just struggling to get in their car. This BGM is very fun and goofy. I feel like I haven't played this one before. They're all by Stream Cafe. This one's very... It reminds me of Animal Crossing. It sounds very animalese. It's called Monday Blues. Somehow it fits. Oh, I just burped. This is gonna sound weird, but I've never been able to burp on command, and I wish I could. And I know everyone's gonna say, oh, just swallow air halfway. I don't feel like I understand that instruction. Like, I think part of it is I was always told not to swallow air because it'll make you throw up, and I hate throwing up. But like, oh my gosh, did you hear my stomach rumble? I don't know if you could hear it. I tried to burp and it just made my stomach go. My car alarm's going off again. I don't think it's mine. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I know what my car alarm sounds like, actually. I feel like that's something I should know. Should I check? I don't know. I feel like it's fine. I'll just keep this music on. This. I'm a mobile user, and in mobile it shows that your top streamers you watch right away. Wait. I'm a mobile user, and in mobile it shows your top streamers you watch right away, and you're always at the top or just there. Take that as you will. Oh, wow, I'm flattered. I'm flattered that I'm anyone's top streamer. What? Wow, that's really cool. I feel like mine always gives me like eggy and like, because I watch on my phone a lot. If I'm not streaming, a lot of times like anything I'm doing is just on my phone. Yeah, recently it's been eggy, but it tends to rotate a lot, I feel like. But I think eggy tends to stream right while I'm like around dinner time for me, which is when I'm most likely to be watching streamers, is like while I'm eating or like right after I eat. So eggy and mellow and like that gang all tends to be in that like sweet spot for like stream times. I've been playing Spider-Man 2. Ooh, how's that been going? Spider-Man 2. I don't know where I was going with that. Never mind. Eggy streams at 11 p.m. for me. Oh my gosh, that is pretty late. I'm really enjoying it. 11 p.m. Oh, so are you on? Because for Eggy, it's like 6. Is it 6 p.m. her time or 9 p.m. her time? I can't remember. I can't. Oh, I'm not sure now. I just really enjoy it. 9 p.m. CST. Okay, 9 p.m., 11 p.m. Okay, so you're like also on like the East Coast or like Eastern North America. Is that North America still? Hold on. Because 9 p.m. tends to be like, I think that's 7 p.m. for me. I think that's right because I think it goes Pacific, Mountain, Central, Eastern, each like 1 hour apart, if I'm remembering correctly. I could be wrong. I broke my model while I thought so hard that my VTube studio like froze on me. That's crazy. Hold on. Okay, let me put this somewhere here. Okay, there we go. Atlantic Standard Time. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's like another hour past that. Okay, gotcha. Dang. So that means right now for you, it's almost 9 p.m. I think. My brain can't count right now apparently. Yeah, it's only like, yep. Oh, nice. I still got it. I don't know if that's concerning that someone in engineering is struggling to think that much. It's a weekend for me. That's my excuse. Yeah, it's only a little after 4:45 for me. 4:47. Yeah, the sun is still up. It's still hot as heck. My parents are eating dinner in New York, and I am chilling with my matcha. 8:47. Gotcha. Yeah. Very cool. Wow, you stay up late for Eggy streams then. Wait, I guess that's kind of same time-ish as mine. Relatively. I feel like I feel like I vary, but also I think most consistently I do like evening, like after work hours for myself. Yeah, when I was streaming with Stella on Friday, that was a big thing. Was she works really early hours, which means she needs to go to sleep a lot earlier, and so we were struggling to find a time that works for us. Because I was like, oh, I can stream after 6 p.m. my time, but that is 6 p.m. my time is 9 p.m. her time, and she, at least for on weekdays, likes to go to bed early lately because she got that new job that requires her to be up at like 3 or 4 in the morning. So it was she was like, yeah, I'm usually done by or trying to be done by 10. And I'm like, oh, that's only an hour window. But luckily, on Friday, since she didn't have work the next day, it wasn't too bad. But she did have her brother's graduation. Um, I meant to ask her how that went. She was streaming yesterday, but I was only able to like lurk in it for a bit because what was I doing? The Warriors played yesterday. Maybe that's what it was. I can't remember if that was like at the same time though. Man, bummer how that turned out. It was such a close game until like the very end, and then it all just kind of slipped and was not so cash money. I think the next time they play is it's tomorrow. Tomorrow's Monday. Yeah, next time they play is tomorrow. I'm thinking maybe I'll stream tomorrow after the game if the game is at the same time that I think it is. Because if it's at 5:30, then they should be done by like 8 something. I'm done with the Warriors. It was close. It was close for most of the game, and then at the end it just got a lot less close. But yeah, they're struggling without Steph. They're in a they need to get it together for real. I think what's gonna happen is Monday I will stream and I will work on emotes, and depending on whether the Warriors win or not on Monday, that will determine which emote we work on. It'll either be a cheering emote or it'll be a sad emote. We will see. Those are the next 2 emotes I want to work on. We might have time for both, honestly, but because I kind of loosely started both of those emotes already, so we'll probably have time for both. But we'll see. Yeah, I kind of want to squeeze some streams in probably both Monday and Tuesday next week because I will be leaving for that graduation marathon on Wednesday, which means I will be out until at least Sunday. We come back, or I come back next weekend. Kai won't be going because that's a lot of time off if we do this on top of like wedding and honeymoon time off. So yeah, but I'll be going to the graduation. Kai will be home with Cassie, and yeah. So Monday, Tuesday is what I'm aiming to stream this week. I'm like gradually getting through my matcha drink. So far, it hasn't hit me with the second round of needing to use the bathroom, knock on wood, but we'll see. You know what would be so awful is if my mom called me back and then I got hit with the shits. Yeah, but hopefully they're enjoying their time with my siblings. Yeah, the younger 2 are both out there in New York. So, yeah. Jill. You know, I wonder if I go to Saribot's channel right now. Let's see. What is the command for... no, it's okay, I'll do it later. I thought I could remember the command for setting the add message, but yeah, I don't think... I'll just look it up later. I don't want to spend on-stream time trying to fix stream things. I could make this a co-working stream. One of these days I will. Dun, 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 dun. Maybe I'll put more of a shadow here. I like that. A little halo look. Sure. The other thing, let's see if I like doing that here. Is sometimes I like to put the face color a little bit on like the edge of the hair that frames the face. It's so subtle, and I don't know if it'll really matter if they're on cookies, but maybe just a little bit. Can't hurt, I think, hopefully. Could use a blend more. I'll use a blend mode, yeah. Add some highlights to the hair. Just a little bit though. Don't want to go too crazy, and then I do want to move on to the next one, so that would be nice. You know what would be so crazy is if they start, now that I think about it, because my family loves to gossip. Not just like my immediate family, but like my whole family. But imagine if they start talking about me and they bring up my Twitch channel and they start watching it and then they see all this that I'm not supposed to be showing my siblings. For all I know, they may have gathered around the table and they were like, hey, you know Sam streams. I wonder what she's doing right now. And then bam! Graduation stuff. Nah, I'm sure they have more important things to talk about. But I was just thinking, like, it happens. Like, we talk about some of our cousins' social media sometimes, and we pull up embarrassing stuff, and we're like, oh my gosh, this is what they're doing on, like, Twitter or Instagram or whatever. That would be awful. And I'd get an earful from my mom. How come you put it out there like that? Well, I didn't think you guys were gonna watch it. That's why I don't really advertise this that much on Instagram, because that's where my parents and some of my aunts and uncles follow me. Like, I've posted about it now and then, but typically I don't do too much of like the Twitch promo on Instagram. I have posted a few clips though, I will say. And my mom was like, ooh, I noticed you've been recording your art recently, which is what she thinks. I'm sure she understands now that it's live streaming, because my dad understands that I've been live streaming. But at the time, my mom was like, oh, is this where you record, like, what you used to record stuff? Like, they came over, they actually saw Kai's mic, and they were like, oh, is that what you used to record your drawing stuff? And I was like, yeah, that's exactly what happens. I just don't know if I could handle having my parents watch me do this. Like, it's fine, it's normal, like, I would be relatively normal, I think, but I don't like being perceived most of the time. That's why I think the wedding's gonna be really hard. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna be this, like, Kai and I are gonna be the center of attention the whole time. That's a long time for people to be paying attention to you. It's okay. It'll be fine. Introverts getting married be like. Okay. That's really good for that hair. We'll move on to Sister 2's hair. Let me double check that I didn't miss a call from my mom. I have my iPad on Do Not Disturb. Okay, I think we're fine. Because I have my earbuds in too, so I can't really hear my phone. And I put my phone on silent just because sometimes my family starts texting a lot, and then that gets distracting as heck. Got a slightly darker color for this. Still not pure black, but it's close enough to like appear, like you get the idea. Like this is black, quote unquote. I remember, was it a couple years ago now when it was like this headline going around where it was like scientists discovered like a new shade of black, and it's the darkest black color ever, and it had like a special name and everything. I don't really understand how they, like, I understand how they measure the darkness, I guess, but how do you, like, I don't know, it sounded like they like invented this color or something, and I'm like, why is that a goal, to like make an even darker color than what we have? Because I feel like most people think like black is like just the darkest, like, absence of light color, but I guess visually, I don't know, there's probably more science involved in it. I was curious about that. It definitely got me thinking. It probably got a lot of people thinking, like color as we understand it is probably a lot more complicated. Also, because there's also that concept of like how we have the spectrum of colors that we can see, but then there's animals like shrimp that can see like a much wider range of colors than we can, and I don't even know how they like determine that. Like, how did they establish that? Like, yeah, there's colors that we can't see, and shrimp can see it. Like, how did they know that? I'll look it up someday because that is interesting to me. First, how did they, like, it's reasonable to assume that there are colors that human eyes cannot see, because in the same way, there are colors that humans can see that other animals can't. So it makes sense that like we can't see everything. But how do they determine that something's there? Oh, hang on, I think my mom's calling me back. Ah. Rah! I'm back finally. Oh my goodness, sorry. That took It was fun. Don't get me wrong. But it was a longer call than I expected. She's back. Did I scare ya? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's turn that off. Oh my goodness. It was normal conversation, and then we kept talking, and then we added one of my sisters to the call, and then it turned into a whole thing. Thank you for your patience, and now I can properly say thank you so much, Blanket, for the raid. And thank you, welcome raiders. Hope everyone's doing okay. Sorry it took me so long, but yeah, I was expecting to finish stream before um talking to my mom, but then I got a little too into this, and then my mom called me back herself, and so we just kind of dove right into it. But thank you for your patience. I'll turn the music down. This is actually the music I use for the ending screen. Um, so yeah, but we're not ending yet. Let's see. What was I gonna do? Oh, I'm gonna do another shout out for Blanket, also because I want to make sure that my shout out thing actually works. Blanket box. Okay, does that work? Did I do it right? Wahoo! Okay, nice. It worked. Okay, yeah. Blanket, you deserve another shout out for being so patient with me. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, hope Death Stranding was doing good. I know you mentioned, I think I popped into your stream earlier and you said you were gonna be replaying the first game um, in advance of getting the second game. Yeah, or the next game. However many, I think, second game. Yeah, and you said you had played quite a few times, so I hope that was really fun. Let's see, you said a while ago it was good just making deliveries on foot. Gotcha. I don't know much about Death Stranding, but I've heard that it's a lot of walking. But yeah, very cool, very cool. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're taking care of yourself as well. Normally, I remind people that if you need to go after stream, totally understandable. Um, yeah, but thanks for hanging out and thank you everyone who like stuck around through that very long break. I expected it to be a short call because normally when it's just me and my parents, it's very casual. Um, but yeah, we added my sister and we were chatting a lot, and it's always a good time. And I wasn't sure if my parents would be tired too because it's a little later for them right now, but seems like it was pretty good. They had a good day. Spent a lot of time at the Natural History Museum, which my dad was saying he wasn't expecting to like see a lot of stuff, but they had a lot of like anthropology stuff, which is very cool. It's a glorified walking simulator mainly. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Walking simulator. Oh, sorry, my hiccups never went away. All the talking does not help. But yeah, sometimes that's good though. I feel like that's not a terrible thing when you have games where you kind of do sort of simpler things, but it still tells a story well. Yeah, yeah. When is the second game already something that's out, or is it coming out? Or I don't know much about Death Stranding, so I don't know if that's like a recent development. Sammy, back I am. Hi, Joshua. I'm back. I'm alive. Yeah, we were chatting. Um, I'm curious. I don't know if there's any girlies in chat or anyone in chat who has periods. I don't know if anyone in my chat at the moment has periods, but if you do you guys remember the exact date that you guys had your first period? My sister, she doesn't celebrate the anniversary, but she makes it a point to be like, "Oh yeah, it's the anniversary of my period on whatever day," which I think is kind of funny. Like, and I know the date of my first period, but I don't typically like do anything about it. But I was having this conversation with my sister while we were on the phone with my mom, and I realized that like I looked at the calendar and I looked at the date, and then it dawned on me that today is the 15th anniversary of me having my period. I don't think anyone needs to know that, but I mean, it's 15 is a satisfying number, so I just feel like I have to put that out there. I'm like, wow, I've been in womanhood for 15 years. That's crazy. And then I said it out loud, and then I was like, oh my god, I feel so old. Like, they always tell you, like, oh, having your period is like the start of womanhood. But the idea of being in this womanhood phase for 15 years sounds incredibly old. Like, I feel geriatric. Like, what do you mean I've been dealing with periods for 15 years? Only Sammy things? Yeah. Cuz like when I first started my period, like the thing that the thing is when you start your period, everyone always emphasizes like, "Oh, you got to keep track of when it's happening. It happens once a month. You got to be prepared and have like pads and stuff ready." So they make tracking it like this whole big thing. And then as you go through it, you kind of realize like it kind of just happens. And you kind of keep a mental note of generally when you're expecting it again, but it's usually not like a mark it on your calendars and like prepare for it like the zombie apocalypse, right? Um but like for that first like I don't know, maybe year or at, at least the first few months as a kid, you're like, oh my gosh, I need to make sure I keep track of it to a T. So I had like I was keeping very close track of all my periods, and I remembered that the first one was May 11th because that was the easiest way for me to be like, okay, when were my periods after that, and just kind of count from there. Um, I don't know. I don't know if that's like a universal experience or if that's pretty like not that rare. It came up because of other reasons, but yeah. Only Sammy thinks. That's a fun thing to keep track of though. Yeah. I agree. It's like cuz most people remember where they were when they got their first period. It's a little bit traumatic. I'm not going to lie. Most of the time, like the first time you go to the bathroom and your underwear is like freaking covered in blood, or like the first like for my sister, more than the that part, she actually remembers being incredibly emotional. And so that's what she remembers about it was like her first like big blow up emotionally as like a preteen slash teenager. Um, so it's a different experience for everyone for sure. But I just thought it was really funny and really random that it came up on that day. And because I'm the oldest of my siblings, like I also remember my mom, like I went to tell my mom because I got to my dance class and my mom was in the waiting room. My class hasn't started yet and I went to the bathroom and I was like, shoot, like it's happening. It's happening. So I went out and very discreetly told my mom, like, hey mom, I think I started my period. And not only am I her first, my mom's also a nurse, so she knows like she's given this talk to me as well as like train like she knows how to handle this on a medical level. Not that she deals with a lot of like young patients like that, but like you know, she was excited. She was way too excited. Like I know she was trying to hide it. She thinks she was being subtle about it, but man, the way her face lit up when I told her I started my period, I didn't understand at the time. I still don't understand, honestly, why she was so thrilled. I think more than anything, she was probably just very glad that I was comfortable with telling her this because I know sometimes people worry that like their kids aren't comfortable telling them these private things. So she was, yeah, her face lit up. She was like, "Oh yeah, I have pads with me. Let me know if you need help putting it on and all that stuff." You should get a cake for yourself, Sammy. You should have went with May 4th instead of May 11th. Yeah, May the 4th be with you. And my period. Yeah, not exactly something I could control, but yeah, next time, I guess. just uterus things, I suppose. Core memory. I remember. I'm gonna embarrass Sister Two for a second, but when she started her period, I remember overhearing my mom giving her the every 28 days approximately talk, and they were upstairs in our house, and I happened to be walking down or walking by the stairs, like downstairs. And so I heard my mom say the keywords approximately every 28 days, and immediately I was like, oh my gosh, did she start her period? And just to give you context for how quickly news spreads, I said it, and my other sister at the other end of the hallway heard it, and she repeated, she's like, oh my gosh, she started her period. My brother's on the couch, my dad's in the dining room, and within 2 seconds, everyone in the house now knows that she started her period, and she just goes, no! Because, you know, you kind of don't want to make that super public. But, like, it's also the kind of thing where, like, everyone's bound to find out. It was 3 girls in one household. We're bound to notice if there's a lot more, like, sanitary wrappers in the trash can and a lot more, and, like, we're going through the products significantly faster. Like, we used to buy pads and stuff in bulk because there's 3 of us, and 3 people every month menstruating goes through a lot of stuff. Which led us to our next big milestone, which was my mom going through menopause and then not needing them. And at that point, both of my sisters had gone off to college. So guess who got all the sanitary, like the women's sanitary products pawned off on them? Yeah, my mom was like, Sam, do you need extra pads? I have a lot and I don't need them anymore. And the funniest thing was, she asked me this in public. We were literally eating lunch. Not only eating lunch, but my cousin was with us with her boyfriend who was just meeting the family for the first time. And for some reason, my mom, who has no sense of like when she should be sharing this kind of information, just calls out across the table like, "Hey Sam, do you need pads? I'm going through menopause, so I don't need mine." And my poor cousin, her poor boyfriend, who's meeting the family for the first time, is like, "What? What am I? What am I in the middle of right now?" I notice that stuff because I take the trash out, which sucks most of the time. Yeah, I feel like most of the time, like you kind of hope that that kind of stuff gets wrapped up in like toilet paper or something. But I do know some people, I don't know if they just weren't taught that same etiquette or what, but sometimes people don't do that. And it gets, like, especially in public, I think you should wrap up your stuff so that other people don't have to see it. I've definitely had my share of being in, like, public bathrooms and then seeing things I don't really want to see. I think it happened a lot more in school, like in middle school or high school. Oh, excuse me, hiccups. Because that was when people like are at the age where they're kind of new to it. I don't really think about the fact that someone's gonna come into this bathroom after me, and if they also have things to dispose of, they're gonna see it when they open the pad box. I call it the pad box. All sorts of things go in there, but you know what I mean. Like, I'm like, you realize that people see that, right? That was also a really not fun experience, was in college. Now and then there would be some female blood on the walls of the shared bathroom. That was not fun to deal with. This is an educational stream. Thanks. I don't even remember why I started talking about. Oh, it was because that was the last thing my sister was talking about. Just girly things, hee hee. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, fun things. It was so funny too because my sister was reminiscing about when she got like the talk in school about like your body changing and stuff and how they split up the girls and the boys. And on the girls' side, they talked about like how, oh, you're gonna get your period and like here's how to prepare for that. And like they kind of tone it down to like 5th grade level so that they understand like this is something you should be expecting. And apparently on the boys' side, their confrontation was just that like, hey, we recently found poo-poo smeared on the walls in the boys' bathroom. Please don't do that. And that was the extent of the boys' side of the talk. Allegedly. I don't know. That's what I heard from my sister. She's a few years younger than me, and she was like, man, we had to go through this whole talk about periods, and the boys just had to be told not to smear their poo on the wall. Girlhood, am I right? Okay. Ooh, I'm not gonna lie, all this talking is making my tummy hurt a little bit. I'm yapping a little too much. I don't think I'm yapping too much. I think I'm yapping too much for someone who has been sipping on this matcha for the last couple hours. This has been fun though, I will say. Let's leave this on normal. And then I'll just borrow the same color. I use the same hair color for both of them. Do you remember the Sammy talk back in school? Yeah, talking about how like some of you will turn into Sammys. And Sammys are really awkward, but also talk about like really awkward things in very weirdly public places. And you will face really weird levels of embarrassment. The Sammy talk is talking about the second period, or the second puberty, where you turn into a moving image on a Twitch stream. Your body changes, and then suddenly you have black dots for eyes, and you exist only in 2 dimensions. That's the Sammy talk. I'm trying to like not let myself take another break so soon, but I'm starting to feel that matcha brewing again. My tummy is speaking to me, but we'll try to get to a better point first. We already took such a long break though that I'm like, I don't want to make it like a whole formal break by any means. It is getting warm though, so I might yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Oh, hi Kai. Oh, bye Kai. Sammy, have you ever seen a fight break out between 2 girls in middle school or high school? Our middle school, that happened pretty frequently. I didn't always see it in detail, but I always was like aware of them. Like someone would be fighting, a crowd would form. I wouldn't see exactly what triggered it or anything, but it would happen. Yeah. I know there was one time, so our middle school had this like music thing because we had this stage out in the quad, a little amphitheater kind of thing, and every like other Friday we would have this thing called Music in the Amphitheater where you could sign up and like dance and whatever to whatever song as long as it was, you know, appropriate. And this one girl would always get up and dance, like dance to her heart's content. And I won't say she was like a super like skilled dancer by any means, but she was having a lot of fun. It was cool. Except one time someone threw a sandwich at her while she was dancing, which was not very cool. But you know, middle schoolers are mean, so it happens. And that broke out, I think it broke out in a fight. But the real kicker was that, and I didn't find this out till later, apparently the girl who threw the sandwich and started that fight was her sister. I was like, ooh, that's tea. I don't think people described that as tea back then. Tea wasn't the term that people used for like all the hot gossip, but that was the tea. What did we used to call it? There was definitely a word for it. I just can't think of it off the top of my head now. Has it always been tea? I swear. I feel like in the depths of my memory, I remember like there was another word for like Gossip. Her sister is a good twist. Yeah, I know, right? That was my reaction. Like someone was like, "It was her sister. It was her sister." And I was like, "That's crazy." Yeah, after that they started enforcing being a little more strict about like, hey, don't throw things onto the stage, especially food, but like just don't throw anything on the stage. They started doing reminders like every time they did music in the amphitheater, they were like, no throwing things on stage. And I think a few years after I graduated, they put like guardrails up there. Because on top of people throwing things, they also had an issue of kids trying to jump off of the stage. And it's not like it was super high, but like also if anyone gets hurt, then that's on the school, right? So they're like, no, we don't want a lawsuit on our hands if someone like breaks a bone or something. I just took a dang nap. Oh, welcome back. I totally didn't take a nearly hour-long break to talk to my mom for Mother's Day. It was a good talk though. It's always nice to catch up, and I was catching up with my sister too. Well, a sister do, but yeah, it was nice. My mom had fun. They went to the Natural History Museum or whatever that one is. Um, yeah, and then I was debating having my parents say hi to stream, but as predicted, my dad said some things that would 100% get me canceled. Not me specifically, but he said some very questionable things, as many um, Asian fathers do. It happens, but I feel like a lot of people understand that. Where like they don't even like mean to be sensitive or like insensitive like that. Maybe he does, I don't know. But yeah. Canceling Kai would be a better option. One of these days. What, just kidding. We're gonna dig up some dirt on Kai. It's gonna come out that he's into some freaky stuff. Just kidding. What would we cancel Kai for? What's something that's like cancelable about Kai? I was gonna say something about like food or something like oh, he puts milk before the cereal, but that's not true. Cancel Kai for not streaming enough. I was a dedicated Kai Hane follower, and then he disappeared. He graduated. Graduation. He didn't even say goodbye. You know what? That's too real, actually. In light of some of the recent graduation announcements in the VTuber sphere. Too soon, I think. But I feel like a lot of the recent graduations have largely been a lot of mental health stuff, which is understandable. When you get really big, the pressure is a lot. Even if you're not big, sometimes the pressure can be a lot. It's just, I think when you're bigger, it's a little harder to feel like you can step away. Because then there's all these like extra expectations. Especially for the recent like corporate VTuber graduations, like a lot of eyes watching, and then it feels like it feels like you're stuck, even though that's not always the case. So yeah. I like that placement. I think maybe a little further down, maybe right here. I hope you guys can't hear my stomach. My stomach growls, but not necessarily when I'm hungry. It's more when I'm like causing my stomach to be a little bit like too active. Is that the right word? For example, if I talk for 3 hours right after eating, that'll sometimes do it, you know? Oh, excuse me. Let's do a light. Oh, when did I select that? Airbrushing. Oh, that got on her eyebrows too. Here, let's erase it from. Oh, let's erase that from the. Oh my gosh, I want this one. Oh, I don't. I want this one. And then I want to erase that from the eyebrows. I don't need the eyebrows to be that color. Okay, all that's left after this is the clothes. I'm not gonna lie, I might just wrap it up there because I think my stomach does need a little bit of a rest. I'll just do a little bit here. I'll erase all of this. Okay, yeah, the rest is just gonna be the clothes. I don't think it'll take too long, but I think that's something that I can finish pretty quickly off stream. And I think I will do that. Give my tummy a rest because I do think I want to stream tomorrow. Maybe just tomorrow. I don't think I'll stream Tuesday because I'm leaving Wednesday morning, which means I need to pack, and I'm a bit of a last minute packer. I'm well aware of that fact. But we made good progress. We got through most of this, and I am gonna finish it tonight. Maybe send it over to my parents just in case they want any last minute changes. But if not, who are we rating? I guess that's a good question. Let me see who is live. Ooh, Fate's doing her birthday stream. Let me make sure she's not ending. Let me take a look. Oh my gosh, my alarm's going off. No, is she? Oh no, she's ending. Dang it. Okay, never mind. I was gonna raid into her birthday stream, but she just ended. Okay. Change of plans. Who else is live? Oh my gosh, felt cute. Oh my gosh. Okay, I have a VTuber child who's live. This is so rare. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Fate. Oh my god, Fate. I was just about to raid into you and then I saw you were ending. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Happy birthday. Everyone say happy birthday to Fate right now. Happy birthday. Oh my gosh, how was your birthday stream? You're drunk. Oh my gosh. Did you Oh, cuz you turned 21 today, didn't you? Well, happy birthday. Hope you had a very good stream. I was actually just about to raid out. Um dang, I was really hoping to raid you and say happy birthday, but I hope you had a very good stream. I hope it all went well. I'll probably go back and look at the VOD later. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was crazy timing. I went and checked and I was like, let me make sure she's not ending. And then right as I came in, I saw the stream ending and I saw like all of it like go out. I'm very tired and I'm very wasted. Yeah, get some rest, get some water. I'll take your birthday party and we're gonna go raid one of my VTuber kids, who she hasn't streamed in quite a while, so I was surprised to see her. But her name is Felt Cute. She does a lot of cozy content, and she took a big break from streaming because I think she was pursuing her PhD in music theory or something like that. So she was like both teaching and like doing school. So let me get this set up. Felt cute. There we go. All right, let's get this raid started. Yeah, I think she just started and she's playing Fields of Mystria. Let's see, when you go to watch the VOD, my friend said a very bad word, I think 8 hours in. Okay, well, I'll pretend I didn't hear it then. Here, let me send some raid messages. Raid, sub-raid, oh, raid 2. All right. Yeah. Okay. So, oh my gosh, it marked me as a raider because I had your stream open. Okay, let's start the raid and everyone have a good night. Take care of yourself. I will probably be back tomorrow. All right. Good night. Bye bye.